Bum, bum, ba, ba, da, ba, dum, bum. Bum, bum. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Oi, I'm just testing my little microphone. Sí, inglés. You English? Hello. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Oh, Portuguese. Oh, I don't speak Portuguese. I do not speak Portuguese. I tried to learn it one time. I met this chick from Brazil. Bad as hell. I was like, yo, this chick gonna make me learn a whole nother language. Oh yeah? Yo. One of them fine ass Mexicans. What's going on, everybody? Dance moms. What do? You like a dance instructor or something? Portuguese. So what country are you in? Are you in Brazil or like what part of South America? You edit dance moms. Okay, okay. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Hi. Hi. Alex Jones. Yeah, I do like Alex Jones, as a matter of fact. I'm not saying I agree with everything he says, but hell yeah. Anybody that they try to keep hush hush, they try to keep them hush hush for a reason. I'm in North Carolina. The beautiful foothills. The foothills of the North Cackalack Mountain. Yeah, Alex Jones. Yeah, he a real motherfucker, man. Shit. I ain't even gonna lie. Like Trump. I ain't like Trump. Well, no, you know what? I ain't even gonna say I didn't like Trump. Because before Trump got into politics, I liked him. I'm from New York. So, what's going on, Angel? I'm from New York, so I've known about Trump since I was a little fucking kid. Like, this motherfucker, like, driving by Trump Tower, like, this motherfucker buying up, he was cool. It wasn't until he got into politics, you know how that shit go. You can't believe a motherfucking thing they say anyway. So, they gonna demonize the guy. They really did demonize him, and I fell for it. I fell for the shit. Yeah, I wish that motherfucker would have stayed in office. No, don't leave. Dance Moms, why you going? Bye, Dance Moms. Thank you for joining, though. Hey, Bootsy. Don't even start that shit, boy. Hello, Aubrey. What am I playing? Oh, I'm not playing anything. I'm testing out my new mic. Testing out my new mic. I might start doing ASMR. What kind of mod? You talking about like a computer mod? Oh my God, don't get in here talking nice like that, Brittany. Age, sex, location before I respond. You can't be too sure online these days. You can't believe shit now. Fucking AI done fucked a lot of shit up. First it was women with wigs and fake eyelashes and fake asses. Now you got AI. Bootsy. Scoop, what's up, baby? What's going on, Monkey VR? What's good? Juice World, you back? Yeah, you're a bully. Boosie, quit licking your ass. Hey, you on camera, boy. Don't come over here trying to lick me. The hell up. Nigga wanna lick his ass and come lick me. Boy. He done bumped his motherfucking wig. Juice World, man. I ain't even gonna respond to you. I don't know who on your account. Might be the FBI, blood. A text mod. The fuck is a text mod? Yo, why? You know what? You probably the gay motherfucker, tell you the truth. Anybody who gets on somebody else's live and the first thing you got to say, talk about somebody else like some fucking booty? Yeah, I like booty. Woman booty. The fuck? Nigga, you probably about 12 or something. Like, get off my shit. Get off my goddamn page with some bullshit. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to go off on you like that. Yeah, you like father like son, shit. But, you know, it's women. Okay, let's see what we doing. Hey, how many of y'all be fucking around with the AI? Like Chat GPT and Claude and all of that shit? Y'all better get with it. Oh yeah, I play GTA. You know, I got it. Matter of fact, my game scratched up, bruh. Yeah, you was the only one in here. It's two people now. No, never do that shit. What you talking about? Boom, boom, boom. Make me smoke all my weed. Yo, my shit was jumping just a little while ago. I had like 14 motherfuckers up in here. That motherfucker was jumping for a good 10 seconds. Man, this weed, man. What is you talking about? Weed ain't never killed nobody. AI. That's right. But listen, here's the thing. Now, I'm about to get on some serious shit. Man, this is medicine, bro. You take aspirin, that's a fucking drug. You feel me? Everything is about perspective. What name you put on it, what idea you have about it. The same fucking substance, but can have a million different perspectives. So before you think that your perspective is right, just know that there's 8 billion other perspectives. So you a lucky motherfucker if you think that your perspective is the right one out of 8 billion. Nah, I don't do the vape. Well, I lie. I do vape. But I don't like heavy vape. Because I know the vape ain't really good for you. Getting that vapor in your lungs. But yeah, let's get back on some other shit. Let's talk about AI and how it's about to take over, for sure. There's a wall starting to be built, and on one side of the wall there's going to be people who are being used by AI. And then on the other side of the wall, there's going to be people who use AI and utilize AI. While the wall is still being built, I'm trying to get people to understand they want to be on this side of the wall before it gets too high. Because once that wall gets too high, you're gonna be stuck on that side. You know, the rate that AI is growing right now, if you don't keep up with it at the bare minimum on a weekly basis, you can be lost real quick. You know, 1 month of AI news could cover about 20 years of technology from the past. That's how fast the advancements are getting, and people don't understand. They don't seem to understand. It's like an ostrich putting their head in the sand. Well, I mean, there's a good and bad in everything. It can give you brain rot, yeah, if you allow it to. See, you have to be mindful of how you have to be mindful of what you program your mind with, because it's there's a mass grab for all of our attention. Everybody in this world, the powers that be, they're trying to grab as many people's attention that they can. Right. So they want to grab your attention. They use music, media, the internet. They use all different kinds of media or mediums to try to hook your attention. And once they got your attention, then they can program it the way that they want you to. You know, that's why media is used to program masses of people. It's brainwashing. It's, just plain and simple brainwashing. So what I like to do, I'm not saying what nobody should do, but what I do is I pay very close attention to the things that I allow my brain to be programmed with. Because when it comes down to it, who's in control of me? I'm in control. I wouldn't want anybody else in control. But if somebody else has my attention, then they have control. So you have to take control of your own mind. And by taking control of your own mind, that means taking control of what you allow your brain to be programmed with. 98% of the day I have headphones on. Matter of fact, 99% of the day I have headphones on. I even sleep with headphones. I purposefully program myself. I have playlists. I have, things that I want to learn about. I listen, the days of reading books. Shit, get an audio book. Yeah, it's different from reading a book. Your retention is can be not as strong, but it is stronger when you replay an ebook over and over and over and over and over again. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You know what? Man, you're like confirmation, bro. It's like the universe just spoke through you at this time. You, GTR. But yo, man, thank you. I've been hiding from it. I've been running from it. It's like I don't ever want to seem like the motherfucking know-it-all. But what I know that works for me, I would freely share it. And if it resonates with somebody, hey, fine, I'll tell you more. If it doesn't resonate, then I'll shut the fuck up. It's like there's I'm not a religious person or anything. I'm a godly person, but there's a scripture that says, don't cast your pearls before swine. Or in other words, if you have something to say and the person doesn't really want to hear it, or they just don't even give a fuck, don't waste your time trying to tell them. Don't waste your time trying to convince. It's when a person's ears are ready, the teacher will show up. But until your ears are ready, can't force nothing. You just gotta, everything is waves and vibration. Everything is waves and vibration. So ultimately there's a universal wave. That's the wave of the universe. Everything, the all, the oneness. There's a universal wave that encompasses all the other waves and vibrations going on. So I like to say that I float on the universal wave. It's like going with the universe. There's gonna be ups and downs. That's a part of it. It's a part of it. But just know there's a growth happening. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. You came into my live and yo, let me tell you. The universe, bro. I used to teach STEM to kids. Like I had a Fab Lab. It's called Fab Lab Rutherford, and this was back in 2011. I was the first guy in like North Carolina to be doing 3D printing. I was building 3D printers and drones back in 2011. Thank you, Brittany. What grade? Oh, look, fun fact. Matter of fact, I got the trophies over there on the on the shelf. I'm gonna show them to y'all. I started college when I was 16. I was taking electronic engineering at age 16. Electronic engineering. I had already won 2 first place in the state awards, and I won a 4th in the nation and a 5th in the nation consecutive. I love technology. I love science. And I love spirituality too. And I love bringing together science and spirituality, because they go hand in hand. Science proves it proves spirituality on so many levels. You know, the realm of quantum physics. That's probably why we vibing pretty good. Engineering is good. Engineering is good. And, you know, the thing I love about engineering is, you know, it's like the language of God. Numbers, mathematics, angles. Yo, keep up with it, man. Yo, I love mechanical engineering. Like, I do technical drawings. I'm looking for some of my work right now. Show you some of my work. That's a bike garage. You park your motorcycle in it. Portraits. I design and build concession carts. I design shit. You know, it's like a manifestation of God. You know, we're not the almighty God, but we are miniature, tiny replicas. Holograms. We are holograms of the Almighty. You know, that's how we can think of something, and we can take an immaterial substance, a thought, and bring it to existence, bring it into a physical realm. This started in my head. I could take this idea and push it and be making $1 million a year, and you know, yo, man, listen. These come to me like every day, every fucking day. I've got stacks of notebooks, bro. I've got to sketch them. I got to get it out of my head. You know, for too long, I didn't keep up with it. And I kept seeing things. I kept seeing my ideas come out. Usually it was like years later, 10, 20 years later, I would see my ideas come out. I was like, damn, I thought about that a long time ago. I got a picture right now I could show you of a personal flight vehicle. The date on the sketch is 2011. They're just now starting to make those right now. They're basically miniature drones. I mean, not miniature drones, but gigantic drones that can, hold one person or two people. Well, I designed and sketched one of those back in 2011. Like I said, I was already building drones. We didn't even call them drones back then. We called them quadcopters. This was before the word drone was even a thing. Called them either quadcopters or quadricopters, because they were so new. Yo, man, I'm enjoying this. You helped me out. Yo, it's only a matter of time. It is only a matter of time before the price of that technology drops way down. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? There's a curve. Technology is getting faster, but it's getting faster exponentially. So it's like 1 year you could be having 2 times growth. The next year you could be having 10 times growth. The third year you could be having 100 times growth, and then the fourth year you could be having 1,000 times growth. That's what I mean by exponential. As technology increases, things are getting cheaper. Believe it or not. AI is going to make a lot of things cheaper. Right now, at this moment, what are you talking about? Still got to wait 3 years and 8 months. You talking about till you can drive? So, what's the license age? I know it's 18 in some states, 16 in others. It's 16, yeah. Well, what's up, ARV? Well, hey, you could probably get your pilot's license before you could get your driver's license. I know a kid that had his pilot's license before he could drive. Yo, I appreciate all of the combo. Yo, my little live been jumping tonight. I had a whole 14 people up in this bitch. Yeah. Yep. Hey, some people get blessed with a good life like that. When I was in high school, my buddy that I wrestled with, his father was rich, had a business and everything, had his own plane. So he was my wrestling partner. We practiced together. We became good friends. And, we were both good. And he knew I could beat him. So instead of wrestling at my weight, weight class, or instead of him wrestling me at my weight class to go to the meet, he would bump up a weight class and wrestle the guy, wrestle the next weight class and win that one, so that we could go on the wrestling meets together. But he was bad. But the reason why he couldn't beat me, because we practiced together and I knew all his fucking moves. But that motherfucker, you get him on somebody else, man, he'll wear their fucking ass out all the time. Kyle Hankerson, I remember that little motherfucker. And his brother wrestled heavyweight. And they came up wrestling. They did freestyle wrestling when they were like junior high and shit, so they kind of came up wrestling. I didn't start wrestling till 9th grade. And hell, I always thought I was like too small for wrestling. Nah, it means I'd be a badass MMA motherfucker. That ground and wrestling. I'm glad I took wrestling in high school and taekwondo as a youngster, but wrestling, definitely. Yo, I used to teach this fitness class, right? It was based off of the Army PT test, where you timed on a 2-mile run, it timed on your push-ups, and you timed on your sit-ups. Your perfect score has to be 300. That's a perfect score. Well, I used to teach a 6-week fitness class, and it would start off like 60 motherfuckers. Alright. Appreciate you chilling with me. But yeah, by the end of the 6 weeks, it'd probably be about 10 motherfuckers. But yeah, I'd be hard on them, man. I'd be hard on them. How does my mic sound?
How does the mic sound? It's a Walmart special. OKE Fetch GTR. Good night. Now I can smoke my
Boom dum boom dum boom dum. Yo, my room was jumping about 15 minutes ago. Eat Fets. I know you ain't still online. Yo, I got like all kind of subscribers and shit, dude. Grow this fucking YouTube channel, dude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh wee, look at all them Well, hey, it's shit. That the way the universe works. You had to give me that message, man. You really did have to give me that message. That message was for me. Thank you. I needed it. How's everybody doing tonight? Yo, I wish you could dual camera live stream on YouTube like you can on TikTok. Man, you have a blessed rest of your night too, and day, and week. Thank you, sir. Bam. You already spoke it into existence, my friend. You done already confirmed. You done already confirmed. Hold on. Let's see if you got a channel. If you got a channel, little homie, you doing the YouTube? You live stream? Alright. I'm trying to see. Hold up. Sometimes they'll let me know who my subscribers are. Sometimes they won't. It all depends on if how their settings are set up. Yeah. Yo, the GTR used to be like my favorite motherfucking car. I used to want a goddamn fucking Nissan GTR, because those some badass motherfuckers. Alright, I just subbed. I'm gonna check some of your shit out. Yo, I'm like from the old school Xbox. I got like, hey, before you go, I gotta show you something. I'm gonna show you some shit older than you. I got Modern Warfare, Zombies, old ass game. But this is back when I used to play like heavy. I used to be part of a clan. I used to get it. Play online, but I had to quit playing because I was addicted to the shit. it was causing problems in my daily life. So I forced myself. That addiction can be worse than fucking drugs. A video game addiction? Shoulda have you like a fucking, like a goddamn squid billy. You're about the same age as me. I'm 47. Hey, but I know you said you gotta go. But remember my speech that I told you about AI. Look, man, if you want to be a millionaire before you're 21, fuck that. You could probably be a millionaire before you're 18. Start learning AI automation. It's easy. If you really want to get good, learn how to code in Python. They have free courses. It's all over the internet. It's for free. This is like somebody telling you to go spend some money and buy some Bitcoin when Bitcoin was $1. Same type of advice, except you don't have to spend anything but your money. But your time. That's all you gotta spend. You'll get it. Trust me. Trust me. You won't have to work. That's my repayment. Not really repayment, but you gave me a word of confirmation, and I'm returning some valuable info to you. If you do it, a millionaire by the time you're 18. AI automations, everything AI. It's so many different fields. Every business that you can think of is going to have to switch over. Let's put that into perspective. Every business that you can imagine, there's going to be a need for people to hook those systems up, and then the maintenance of those systems. And it's easy work. Thank you, sir. Good night. Fine young gentlemen. Good night. Let's get some music popping. Let's get some music popping. Excuse me. Yeah. bed straightened up a little bit. Get some ASMR. Inglés. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? Habla poquito español. Muy poquito. Oh, I was trying to find some music. Gotta get some sounds going. Get my ADHD playlist jumping. Man, guess what? Yo, bruh. Listen, if y'all ain't fucking on this AI shit, man, it's a wall being built. I'm gonna have to make a video about it. I'm just gonna have to make a motherfucking video about it, cause I'm tired of keep saying it. I'm sounding like a broken record. Sounding like a broken record. I'm trying to tell y'all, you got to learn this AI shit. It's easy. That's like somebody telling you 20 years ago, hey, go put this $10 into some Bitcoin. Right. Y'all don't hear me though. Y'all don't really hear me though. I don't know why y'all ain't trying to hear me. How's everybody doing tonight? Oh yeah, here we go. This my jam right here.
Workflow? Why? There are a bunch of amazing pre-made templates you can just choose from.
Man, I'm a custom-made kind of gal. I work with a lot of...
Ah, shit. Sometimes you just gotta alchemize. You gotta transmute that negative energy into a positive energy. Become an alchemist of emotions. Yo, I got this mixer, right? I wonder if I could throw this motherfucking mixer up in here. I gotta check this out. Alright. Yeah, I think I could take that and run it through that right there and be able to get some you can't hear it. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna try it. I think I'm gonna try it. I think you're gonna like it. I think I'm gonna buy it. Yeah. Alright, let's see how I'm gonna do this. Could do it that way. Oh shit. I could do it that way, but I just won't be using this mic. I'll have to use this mic.
It doesn't even matter. They'll never know.
They gonna be like, damn son, where did you find that? Damn son, where did you find that? guess y'all can hear it. Well, I guess I just proved to myself that this shit works. After I about busted my goddamn eardrum. Cause nobody wanted to type and let me know if they could hear it or not. Damn, that shit is loud. Oh, my bad. Yo, I'm probably fucking y'all's ears all the way up. That shit went from 6 people watching to none. Yo, my shit was jumping about 2 hours ago. I had like 14 motherfuckers up in here, man. I had like about 2 or 3 conversations going on. Straight jumping. Then I realized there was a bunch of goddamn kids, and I was like, man, I better watch what the fuck I'm on here talking. But yeah, it's time to get to work. Get to some AI automation. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like this shit right here. I think I need to get another microphone. Definitely another microphone. Why my shit keep timing out like that? Yeah, I like it. I think I like it. Testing, testing.
Does my voice change your work? Well, I guess I answered that question.
What about this? Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Yeah, I think think I can, gonna do a whole podcast just like this. Yo, why is nobody freaking out their goddamn lives like this? Cause I could put like, I'm gonna show y'all some shit, right? I downloaded this app called Prism. And you can live stream. I wish you could do it on TikTok too, but you can live stream. You can connect multiple cameras. You can put overlays, fucking streaming banner background, and fucking green screen. Oh, motherfucking yards. And the voice changing. Oh no, that's something. Sorry. That was my $30 Walmart audio mix. Okay. The Prism chat widget. Let's see. No. Okay, that's not what I want. Nope. Oh, text. Tizex. This shit dope. Oh yeah, I like that. Y'all watch. Okay, I want y'all to watch how I'm about to, I'm about to lay some shit together. Y'all see that? Oh yeah. Y'all see that motherfucking right? Let me show y'all a little something. One more motherfucking game. Y'all just watch. Y'all just watch. Y'all just watch. got the voice changing going on. I didn't even know this shit was gonna work like that, but round of applause. That shit is like mad loud. I think I'm gonna have to cut that down for y'all. That about to blow y'all's ears out. It's time to get to work. Time to get to work.
Cut my voice changer shit off. Reason why I wasn't doing it, it was because I didn't want to use this microphone. Now, let's see. Let's see. Them. Okay. What? Get your damn. You get on my nerves. Yeah, you. Nigga.
Jam session.
Testing. All three of my fabulous viewers, 4 now. Would you mind smashing that like button? You know, smash like and subscribe. I know this is the livest live you've seen tonight. Right there, this. And then I got the. I really would feel embarrassed if I was doing all that shit and y'all didn't hear it. ADHD, isochronic, ADHD intense relief dark trap mixed with isochronic tone. I can't listen to this shit without. talking about don't fall behind in the AI race. Let's hear what you got to say. music stop. Can't be having them malfunctions around y'all. Let's get it back positive. Caught up and froze. Partness of God. Okay, so God needs food. use me. mean to do that.
Video, I'm going to show you exactly how to scrape an entire YouTube video with no code. Have that video summarized into key takeaways, and then how you can use unique GPT agents to take that summary and craft it into some unique content trained on your own personal expertise. And that will go out to Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, X, whatever you want. If you want to summarize a YouTube video automatically, you normally either have to do that manually, potentially pay thousands just to get some automation software. But I've got you back. After hours, I basically was able to create this system where you just enter a URL onto a Google Doc, and then the entire automation runs by itself. And all the prompts, the resources, and the agents in this video are all available down below in my school community. You can even grab the template for this automation so you don't even have to build it out. And with that in mind, let's grab a coffee and jump straight in. So I thought it'd be helpful just to show you briefly how this automation actually works. So it all starts with a Google Sheet. This one here, and all you're ever going to do in this video is enter a URL here, and that is it. Now, once you've entered that URL into this sheet, here's what happens. That then sends it to this GPT agent that has some really unique code and a prompt, which then runs and sends it to this zero code kit, which is essentially a no code like code runner. So this then runs a Python script completely automatically, and once that code's run, it then goes over to this other GPT agent, which is one of the YouTube formatted GPT, which is essentially a no code like code runner. So I thought it'd be helpful just to show you briefly how this automation actually works. So it all starts with a Google Sheet. This one here, and all you're ever going to do in this video is enter a URL here, and that is it. Now, once you've entered that URL into the sheet, here's what happens. That then sends it to this GPT agent that has some really unique code and a prompt, which then runs and sends it to this zero code kit, which is essentially a no code like code runner. So this then runs a Python script completely automatically, and once that code's run, it then goes over to this other GPT agent, which is one of the YouTube formatted GPT. And what this GPT agent will do is send it up here, first of all, to this Google Doc. And what's in the Google Doc, you may ask? Well, the summary from the video. And let's say you're watching the content from your favorite creator and you just don't have the time. You can get these 5 key takeaways from that entire thing, and then a detailed summary about what the video is about without having to read the literal whole transcript. And let me tell you, some of them are very, very long. Now that goes into Google Doc, and that might just be what you want. You may just want to be kept up to date from your favorite creators, you just don't have the time to read it. That automation won perfectly for you. If you then want to take it to the next level, let's say, for example, I post this video and I think, great, I've built this YouTube video, but I really want to share it with my audiences on different platforms. Well, normally I would either have to chop this content up into text form and write it myself, but what this whole system here will do is transform that into something completely unique. And this is where the magic happens, right? This LinkedIn bot is trained on all of what is working and is viral currently in LinkedIn. So it's been trained on all the posts, it's got really specific instructions into the word count, the hashtags, the formatting. It was a laborious process to create it, but it's there and it's already pre-programmed and ready to go. So that LinkedIn brain then is used with the entire summary. Once that then happens, it goes over to this automation here, which is going to create a unique image for LinkedIn. And the cool thing here, when you're creating images, you can use this handy DALL-E 3 prompt blueprint that I've made. It has all the aspect ratios for all the different platforms, LinkedIn, X, Instagram, Facebook. And it's just basically got every kind of style that you want. Impressionism and a template prompt, rock, cubism. So you basically scroll down, pick the one that you want, you copy the prompt, come back over, and that's all set up. So you can pick your own particular style. And then once that's done, it will then fire it over to Google Doc where I can review it and post it if I want to. And by the way, we're updating this prompt blueprint often, and you can grab that down below in the school community. Now to build this automation, you only need 4 things. The first one, as you might have guessed, is Meg.com. I've got a link down below in the description. You can click that, sign up, and then get ready. And with Meg.com, you can run quite a few automations for free, so you don't even need to pay to get started. After that, we're gonna need an API from OpenAI. You can basically sign up to ChatGPT Plus. That is $20 a month. And then essentially you're gonna deposit some money in there. You can deposit like $5, and it really is super cheap for automation, unless you're going bananas. But honestly, I've run loads and it's not really cost much at all. And then you want a Google account, so we can do Google Sheets, we can do Google Docs. I'm sure you've already got that, so it's super straightforward. And then finally, you just want to create an account with this website here. This is gonna be the coding magic for us. So again, I've got the links down below, so I don't have to read out this like a million letter URL. And you see this page, and the cool thing about this is you get 25 runs of it completely free without even need to pay for anything. And so let's get started by building automation. And I will just say very quickly, one of the things I'm going to include in the next video is this whole process here, where it will pour everything into a Google Doc, post it into LinkedIn, post it into X, Facebook, Instagram, and then we can actually come down here and click approve or retry. If we click approve, it will post automatically. If we click retry, that will then go back through the system and do it completely again to give us a different text if for some reason we're not happy with what that looks like. So I didn't want to make this video 50 minutes long, so just to let you know that one's coming next. And if you want to see that automation, don't forget to hit subscribe and the bell so you don't miss out on that video. So we're going to start by hooking up our Google Sheets. So we hit this big plus button here. We're going to look for Google Sheets. And again, this is a trigger that I'm using, but this could be anything you want, any trigger that you could possibly imagine. And what we're looking for here is watches new rows. So what this will basically do is every time a new row is added to this Google Sheet, it'll go, hey, hang on a minute, a row's been added, I need to do something about that. So we come down to spreadsheet ID here, we click this one. Just to make it easy, I've got one Google spreadsheet, YouTube, automations, perfect. So So what you want to do first, I should say, is you want to create this this template so that you've got something to link it to. And when you set it up at the top here, the connection, so you just connect that, click agree in the new tab, and then you'll be all set up. Now what happens there? So sheet name, come down, sheet 1. That's good if you've got different sheets and you're doing different kinds of automations. It's a little bit more complicated, but you don't need to worry about that right now. Then we come down and we'll set the limit to 20, and then we click OK. And just before we get started, let's see how often we want to run this automation. So for example, I might say, do you know what, I want to run spreadsheet, YouTube automation's perfect. So what you want to do first, I should say, is you want to create this this template so that you've got something to link it to. And when you set it up at the top here, the connections, so you just connect that, click agree in a new tab, and then you'll be all set up. Now what happens there? So sheet name, come down, sheet one. That's good if you've got different sheets and you're doing different kinds of automations. It's a little bit more complicated, but you don't need to worry about that right now. Then we come down and we'll set the limit to 20, and then we click OK. And just before we get started, let's see how often we want to run this automation. So for example, I might say, do you know what? I want to run this automation so say you want to run this automation every day to keep it more cost effective, but if you're in a kind of space where you want to get it out quickly, you can run it automatically or change that as you like. Excellent. Now that's done, now we want to add our GPT agent. So we click add new module. We're going to come down to chat G. So for example, I might say, do you know what? On sheet one, that's good to be all set up. Now what happens there? So sheet name, come down, sheet one. That's good if you've got different sheets and you're doing different kinds of automations. It's a little bit more complicated, but you don't need to worry about that right now. Then we come down and we'll set the limit to 20, and then we click OK. And just before we get started, let's see how often we want to run this automation. So for example, I might say, do you know what? I want to run this automation so say you want to run this automation every day to keep it more cost effective, but if you're in a kind of space where you want to get it out quickly, you can run it automatically or change that as you like. Excellent. Now that's done, now we want to add our GPT agent. So we click add new module. We're going to come down to chat GPT. Excellent. And then we're going to come down and we're going to find this wonderful message and assistant. Superb. Now this was the most difficult part of this automation to create. And I honestly, when I actually cracked it, I was so excited. It's like, I finally done it. So what is going to happen here? We're going to give it some Python code, right? With a URL. And what we're telling this assistant is say, hey, I'm going to give you a URL. The only thing I want you to do is replace this URL with that URL and then run the Python code for us automatically. So that essentially, this is an in-between agent that understands code, that will take our input, add the URL to it, and then send it over to our coding software. So then if we come back over to our assistant, we can see we've got your coding bot, we've got all the instructions, and then we've got all this code down here. Essentially, this is the Python script that we're going to use. So then we're going to come back over here. We're going to select our coding bot if we haven't done that already. Come down to assistant. So to create a new bot, all you do is you hit this shiny create new bot button at the top like this. We're going to give it a name, and let's just say we call this one YouTube formatter, and then we enter the instructions in the code. You can come down to the model at the bottom, and the model that I want you to use in this one is GPT-4 Turbo. It could be the case that these other ones here, essentially this is the Python script that we're going to use. So then we're going to come back over here. We're going to select our coding bot if we haven't done that already. Come down to assistant. So to create a new bot, all you do is you hit this shiny create new bot button at the top like this. We're going to give it a name, and let's just say we call this one YouTube formatter, and then we enter the instructions in the code. You can come down to the model at the bottom, and the model that I want you to use in this one is GPT-4 Turbo. It could be the case that these other ones work as well. I guess I'm just speaking from experience about what I found works well, and GPT-4 Turbo has not let me down. And literally once you've done that, it's created. It's literally that simple. These assistants are a stroke of genius. They're so good. So we come down, we're going to find our assistant, and then we come over here, and then we select YouTube formatter, and then what's the message? The message is going to be output from the Google Sheets Pro. So let's try one of my own videos. I'm going to put my name on the line, and we're going to try my own videos. Just go for this one, ChatGPT on sheet 1. That's good if you've got different sheets and you're doing different kinds of automations. It's a little more complicated, but you don't need to worry about that right now. Then we come down and we'll set the limit to 20, and then we click OK. And just before we get started, let's see how often we want to run this automation. So for example, I might say, do you know what? I want to run this automation so say you want to run this automation every day to keep it more cost effective, but if you're in the kind of space where you want to get it out quickly, you can run it automatically or change that as you like. Excellent. Now that's done, now we want to add in our GPT agent. So we click add new module. We're going to come down to ChatGPT. Excellent. And then we're going to come down and we're going to find this wonderful message and assistant. Superb. Now this was the most difficult part of this automation to create, and I honestly, when I actually cracked it, I was so excited. It's like, I finally done it. So what is going to happen here, we're going to give it some Python code, right, with a URL, and what we're telling this assistant is say, hey, I'm going to give you a URL. The only thing I want you to do is replace this URL with that URL, and then run the Python code for us automatically. So that essentially, this is an in-between agent that understands code, that will take our input, add the URL to it, and then send it over to our coding software. So then if we come back over to our assistant, we can see we've got your coding bot, we've got all the instructions, and then we've got all this code down here. Essentially, this is the Python script that we're going to use. So then we're going to come back over here. We're going to select our coding bot if we haven't done that already. Come down to assistant. So to create a new bot, all you do is you hit this shiny create new bot button at the top like this. We're going to give it a name, and let's just say we call this one YouTube, formatter, and then we enter the instructions in the code. You can come down to the model at the bottom, and the model that I want you to use in this one is GPT-4 Turbo. It could be the
Man, that's getting tired. How you like the, oh, you know it. Shit. Smoked it all, as a matter of fact. Nah, you know, I had to save a little. It. Ain't never smoked all this shit. But, yo, I didn't even have the little sound and shit going earlier. You done missed my whole little setup. I got a whole DJ shit going on right here. Shit. Got me over here making AI automations and shit. 4:15 in the motherfucking morning.
Gonna be talking like this in the morning.
I'm about fucked. Turn my microphone up. That better? That louder? Or that? Get the microphone. This is like my Tony Stark theme music.
Case that these other ones work as well. I guess I'm just speaking from experience about what I found works well, and GPT-4 Turbo has not let me down. Telling this assistant to say, hey, I'm going to give you a URL. The only thing I want you to do is replace this URL with that URL and then run the Python code for us automatically. So that essentially this is an in-between agent that understands code, that will take our input, add the URL to it, and then send it over to our coding software. So then if we come back over to our assistant, we can see we've got your coding bot, we've got all the instructions. And then we've got all this code down here. Essentially, this is the Python script that we're going to use. So then we're going to come back over here. We're going to select our coding bot if we haven't done that already. Come down to assistant. So to create a new bot, all you do is you hit this shiny create new bot button at the top like this. We're going to give it a name, and let's just say we call this one YouTube formatter, and then we enter the instructions in the code. You can come down to the model at the bottom, and the model that I want you to use in this one is GPT-4 Turbo. It could be the case that these other ones work as well. I guess I'm just speaking from experience about what I found works well, and GPT-4 Turbo has not let me down. And literally once you've done that, it's created. It's literally that simple. These assistants are a stroke of genius. They're so good. So we come down, we're gonna find our assistant, and then we'll come the instructions, and then we've got all this code down here, be all set up. Now what happens there? So sheet name, come down, sheet one. That's good if you've got different sheets and you're doing different kinds of automations. It's a little bit more complicated, but you don't need to worry about that right now. Then we come down and we'll set the limit to 20, and then we click OK. And just before we get started, let's see how often we want to run this automation. So for example, I might say, do you know what? I want to run this automation so say you want to run this automation every day to keep it more cost effective, but if you're in the kind of space where you want to get it out quickly, you can run it automatically or change that as you like. Excellent. Now that's done, now we want to add our GPT agent. So we click add new module. We're going to come down to chat GPT. Excellent. And then we're going to come down and we're going to find this wonderful message and assistant. Superb. Now this was the most difficult part of this automation to create. And I honestly, when I actually cracked it, I was so excited. Just like, I finally done it. So what is going to happen here? We're going to give it some Python code, right? With a URL. And what we're telling this assistant is say, hey, I'm going to give you a URL. The only thing I want you to do is replace this URL with that URL and then run the Python code for us automatically. So that essentially, this is an in-between agent that understands code, that will take our input, add the URL to it, and then send it over to our coding software. So now if we come back over to our assistant, we can see we've got your coding bot, we've got all the instructions, and then we've got all this code down here. Essentially, this is the Python script that we're going to use. So then we're going to come back over here. We're going to select our coding bot if we haven't done that already. Come down to assistant. So to create a new bot, all you do is you hit this shiny create new bot button at the top like this. We're going to give it a name, and let's just say we call this one YouTube formatter, and then we enter the instructions in the code. You can come down to the model at the bottom, and the model that I want you to use in this one is GPT-4 Turbo. It could be the case that these other ones work as well. I guess I'm just speaking from experience about what I found works well, and GPT-4 Turbo has not let me down. And literally once you've done that, it's created. It's literally that simple. These assistants are a stroke of genius. They're so good. So then we come down, we're going to find our assistant, then we'll come over here, and then we select YouTube formatter, and then what's the message? The message is going to be output from the Google Sheets row. So let's try one of my own videos. I'm going to put my name on the line and we're going to try my own videos. Let's go for this one, ChatGPT explain. beginner crash course. And then we're going to get to we'll take our input, add the URL to it, and then send it over to our coding software. So now if we come back over to our assistant, we can see we've got URL coding bot, we've got all the instructions, and then we've got all this code down here. Essentially, this is the Python script that we're going to use. So then we're going to come back over here. We're going to select our coding bot if we haven't done that already. Come down to assistant. So to create a new bot, all you do is you hit this shiny create new bot button at the top like this. We're going to give it a name, and let's just say we call this one YouTube formatter, and then we enter the instructions in the code. You can come down to the model at the bottom, and the model that I want you to use in this one is GPT-4 Turbo. It could be the case that these other ones work as well. I guess I'm just speaking from experience about what I found works well, and GPT-4 Turbo has not let me down. And literally once you've done that, it's created. It's literally that simple. These assistants are a stroke of genius. They're so good. So then we come down, we're going to find our assistant, then we'll come over here, and then we select YouTube formatter, and then what's the message? The message is going to be output from the Google Sheets row. So let's try one of my own videos. I'm going to put my name on the line, and we're going to try one of my own videos. So let's go for this one, ChatGPT explained beginner crash course. And then we're going to get to our YouTube checklist here. And what we're going to do, all we're going to do is come here, we're going to hit enter, bam, we've got the YouTube link. And then we're going to come back over to our automation. And then we're going to say, hey, we want this Google Sheet one to run this module only. And if we see this little one, that's good news. It means that it's worked and it's not red or flashing and stuff. And it's got all these cool URLs. Perfect. So we'll come back, we'll trigger it again with a new URL. And then we've come back, we're gonna click on this one here, and we need to give it the message. And the reason I want you to give a message first is run the points in the module individually, because then it'll also make it so much easier to find the thing that you're looking for. And then we'll decide which assistant we want to use, which is gonna be YouTube Summarizer, so that's fine. And then we're gonna click on the message we want it to use. So if we come here, we click message, and you can see here we've got YouTube URL A. And the brilliant thing about this, guys, is that once you just select A, you don't need to go and select all the individual columns. It will just keep on running automatically, which is excellent. We're gonna come over here, and then we're gonna run the entire module once. So run that module once, excellent. Google Sheets has done that. And then our coding bot's working in the background. So take that URL and transpose it into the Python script. And the beautiful thing about this, guys, don't need to think about Python. It's already done. So which assistant we want to use, which is going to be YouTube Summarizer, so that's fine. And then we're going to click on the message we want it to use. So if we come here, we click message, and you can see here we've got YouTube URL A. And the brilliant thing about this, guys, is that once you just select A, you don't need to go and select. On ChatGPT explained beginner crash course. And then we're going to go to our YouTube checklist here. And what we're going to do, all we're going to do is come here, we're going to hit enter, bam, we've got the YouTube link. And then we're going to come back over to our automation. And then we're going to say, hey, we want this Google Sheet one to run this module only. And if we see this little one, that's good news. It means that it's worked and it's not red or flashing and stuff. And it's got all these cool URLs. Perfect. So we'll come back, we'll trigger it again with a new URL. And now we've come back, we're gonna click on this one here and we need to give it the message. And the reason I want you to give a message first is run the points in the module individually, because then it will also make it so much easier to find the thing that you're looking for. And then we decide which assistant we want to use, which is going to be YouTube Summarizer, so that's fine. And then we're going to click on the message we want it to use. So if we come here, we click message, and you can see here we've got YouTube URL A. And the brilliant thing about this, guys, is that once you just select A, you don't need to go and select all the individual columns. It will just keep on running automatically, which is excellent. We're going to come over here, and then we're going to run the entire module once. So run that module once. Excellent. Google Sheets has done that. And then our coding bot's working in the background to take that URL and transpose it into the Python script. And the beautiful thing about this, guys, is you don't need to think about Python. It's already done for you, so it'll just run and do its own thing. Fantastic, and that's then completed. And we come down here, we can see, we're gonna go down to the content. We bring this over here to the left so you can get a good view of it. Excellent. Google Sheets has done that. And then our coding bot's working in the background to take that. And you can see here we've got YouTube URL A. And the brilliant thing about this, guys, is that once you just select A, you don't need to go and select all the individual columns. It will just keep on running automatically, which is excellent. We're going to come over here and then we're going to run the entire module once. So run that module once. Excellent. Google Sheets has done that. And then our coding bot's working in the background to take that URL and transpose it into the Python script. And the beautiful thing about this, guys, is you don't need to think about Python. It's already done for you, so it'll just run and do its own thing. Fantastic, and that's then completed. And we come down here, we can see, we're gonna go down to the content. We bring this over here to the left so you can get a good view of it. Content, +1, text, value, and there we go. You see, this is the exact code that we wanted. Perfect. That is music to my ears. So, right, let me grab a quick drink of this. So the next thing we're looking for is 0 code kit. Verify. Excellent. So what we're going to do is click on this beautiful one here, and essentially we're going to type in Python, and all you're going to click is run Python code. Ace, and now we've got the connection set up, and then we've got the Python code. So we get rid of all this, and then what's the input that we want? We want the input from the previous assistant, right? So we come over, let me zoom out a tiny bit just so you can see. Okay, excellent. As you can see, when we're hovering over the message, this pulses on the left, so we know what it pertains to in particular. And all we're gonna click, guys, is result here. So we click that, perfect, and that is it. How do I know if it works or not? Well, let's go back to Google Sheets and test it. So come up, copy, paste the for you, so it'll just run and do its own thing. Fantastic, and that's then completed. And we come down here, we can see, we're gonna go down to the content. We bring this over here to the left so you can get a good view of it. Content, +1, text, value, and there we go. You see, this is the exact code that we wanted. Perfect. That is music to my ears. So, right, let me grab a quick drink of this. So the next thing we're looking for is 0 code kit. Verified. Excellent. So what we're going to do is click on this beautiful one here, and essentially we're going to type in Python, and all you're going to click is run Python. Welcome to the dojo and congratulations on reaching level 4, you automation ninja. You should be throwing the shurikens and killing it. This level is amazing. You've gone past 2, level 3. To hit level 4 takes effort. You're becoming known in the community, so congratulations for that. And your hard work is definitely going to pay off as you progress up on levels. So enjoy and chill out a little bit at the dojo, grab a coffee, let's relax and hang out. So what happens at level 4? Well, as you can see on the left hand side, you've got access to more resources, and more resources will be added over time, just for you automation ninjas. Even when you reach level 5, 6 and beyond, you'll still get extra things that appear within the dojo. One of the really cool ones, first of all, a lot of you are curious about what happens at school games. So I've added this video in here after the beginning to show what that looks like. But you always get a really cool benefit at automation ninja level. Welcome to the dojo and congratulations on reaching level 4, you automation ninja. You should be throwing the shurikens and killing it. This level's amazing. You've gone past 2, level 3. To hit level 4 takes effort. You're becoming known in the community, so congratulations for that. And your hard work is definitely going to pay off as you progress up on level system. So enjoy and chill out a little bit at the dojo. Grab a coffee, let's relax and hang out. So what happens at level 4? Well, as you can see on the left hand side, you've got access to more resources, and more resources will be added over time, just for you automation ninjas. Even when you reach level 5, 6 and beyond, you'll still get extra things that appear within the dojo. One of the really cool ones, first of all, a lot of you are curious about what happens at school games. So I've added this video in here after the beginning to show what that looks like. But you always get a really cool benefit at automation ninja level, and that's access to a digital marketplace. So what is the digital market? Dun, dun, dun. Our group at the moment, we have over 1,000 400 AI automation enthusiasts. We have buyers on the one hand, we have sellers on the other hand. Essentially what this is if you're somebody who wants to sell a product, even my friends will learn it right now because people already want to come and join it, is that if you sell a service, a product, you'll be able to become approved by AI Automations by Jack and actually get onto a website and a marketplace where if somebody in the group is looking for a particular service or need or automation or support, they can actually buy from people within the group. So if you're a seller, it will enable you to generate income from our 1,400 plus AI enthusiasts and growing weekly and monthly. That's great because it means we don't have to go out and find random people on Upwork. We can all bring everybody up in this group and everybody can make some killer bank from it. You can only do this if you're level 4 or higher. So many people join the group, you've done the hard work, you've engaged with the community, you've engaged with lessons, you're learning. That's why only you will be able to access this and nobody below the AI Automation Ninja level. Top of that, you can set listings for sale. So we're going to split it by products and services. There'll be more details coming on that within the AI Automation Ninja section as we come. And also listings for sale. So we're going to split it by products and services below the AI Automation Ninja level. Top of that, you can set listings with lessons you're learning. That's why only you will be able to access this and nobody below the AI Automations by Jack and actually get onto a website and a marketplace where one of the really cool ones, first of all, a lot of you are curious about what happens at the school games. So I've added this video in here off the beginning to show what that looks like. But you always get a really cool benefit at Automation Ninja level, and that's access to a digital marketplace. So what is the digital market? Dun, dun, dun. Our group at the moment, we have over 1,400 AI automation enthusiasts. We have buyers on the one hand, we have sellers on the other hand. Essentially what this is if you're somebody who wants to sell a product, even my friends will learn it right now because people already want to come and join it, is that if you sell a service, a product, you'll be able to become approved by AI Automations by Jack and actually get onto a website and a marketplace where if somebody in the group is looking for a particular service or need or automation or support, they can actually buy from people within the group. So if you're a seller, it will enable you to generate income from our 1,400 plus AI enthusiasts and growing weekly and monthly. That's great because it means we don't have to go out and find random people on Upwork. We can all bring everybody up in this group and everybody can make some killer bank from it. You can only do this if you're level 4 or higher. So many people join the group, you've done the hard work, you've engaged with the community, you've engaged with lessons, you're learning. That's why only you will be able to access this and nobody below the AI Automation Ninja level. Top of that, you can set listings for sale. So we're going to split it by products and services. There'll be more details coming on that within the AI Automation Ninja section as we come. And also, I really want to make sure that we keep good quality. So everybody that applies to be a seller on this network, we're going to approve ourselves and make sure that the right quality is there for everybody else. And if you're just part of the ninjas, you don't have a product to sell, what is this for? Well, this is just to make sure that if you've got needs that you need addressing, maybe you're a business, maybe you're an individual consumer who wants help, we basically want to make it as simple as possible for you to get the right help that you need from the right people. Because at the moment, doing it on the forum is okay, but it's not great. So I think we can make this better. I think we've got buyers and sellers, and this I think is an incredible opportunity for everybody. Everybody wins, and we just make the connections like that. So as an AI Automation Ninja, you also get access to this really cool marketplace that we'll be launching very soon. So what else do we get? Well, there's going to be new courses that appear and everything else along those lines. But anyway, guys, I just want to reinforce and say that a huge congratulations. You've nailed it. I look forward to catching you inside the community. Hey there, you Automation Ninja, or you're higher level, swinging back into level 4 resources. I can't blame you. But in any case, you're at least a ninja, and I appreciate you. I'm going to show you what happens when you win the school games. So if you don't know, what are the school games? The school games is basically, if you finish in the top 10 for new monthly generated revenue in a given month, you will get, you'll win the school games. How do you check that? Well, you need to create an account. You come into leaderboards and you can see how they are. So if you go to me, for example, you will see my name and lucky number 7. We love number 7, man. Lucky number 7 is incredible. So I want to share the experience about what happens in the run-up and then what happens after you win. So here's the first thing you need to know. With the school games, you may think the midway point is day 15. The midway point is actually like day 22. Look at these swings. 15K in the last 24 hours. That represents like 25% of his income. 9K in the last 24 hours. 10K in the last 24 hours. So whatever you think you need, double it, probably at least double it. So there's a big run up and it's like you get like this idea of scarcity where like, oh my gosh, I've got to sell as much as possible, and you'll sell more than you ever thought you needed to, and you just feel like you need to win. You don't know why, you just feel like you do need to win. So what happens when you finally finish? Well, you get a post in the community over here that will basically say something like, I think it's like winners may, I'll just show you what that looks like. You get, I can't find it now. Basically what happens is you get a post announcing who's won. They did used to do a call where they'd get you on a call and say, hey, share all the cool stuff, how'd you find it? We just got a post announcement, everyone jumped in and shared like, hey, congrats, this is really cool. The second thing school does is quite cool, is that like, if you, okay, so check this out, right? If you get 10K or more in MRR, you get this nice little rocket that appears. So they add emojis basically. And then they include it as things come up. So if you get a crown, for example, I think that's like at least 30. But anyway, that happens. Then what happens, you'll get a DM from the guy that heads it up, which is Andrew, which is cool. He says, cool, here's a one-day event, basically send the details. You can check out the details, and the details basically, you get invited to a group WhatsApp chat with everybody in there. So for example, you'll have like, you know, all the other winners, the other nine winners, plus a couple of admins. And then you need to pay for yourself to fly out to Vegas. So you then basically organize that. You need to get a visa, obviously, if you're outside the US. And the day itself, as far as I understand, is like 8 hours, and then you go for a meal afterwards. But then the main value is like chatting to everyone that won, and then you have the like adrenaline dump afterwards. You get also invited to of all, congratulations on your first level up to level 2. You are no longer a fax machine relegated to the analog era. You've now begun the training as a Padawan. Now, at level 2, you got some pretty cool stuff that you just unlocked. And I'm stoked to share it for you. You'll see all this stuff as it's currently built up on the left-hand side will appear, but I'm going to give you, whilst you're part of this group, $1,600 worth of software. Here's exactly what you get from being a Padawan. Now, check this out. You get these apps, XAI, GrokAI, Motion, BotPress, Readwise, all these ones down. There's 37 plus different apps that you get to use within Make just from reaching level 2. How does that work? In this section, you'll see very shortly a video appear explaining exactly how you claim and how you redeem these. And as long as you remember, you'll have access to all of those apps. Why am I doing this? Because I just want to say thanks. And I want to make you experience that as awesome as humanly possible. Now, chill out, Padawan, have a great time. When you unlock the Cloud and Automation Ninja and Trailblazer at level 5, you've got lots of really, really exciting stuff to unlock. And I really look forward to catching you in those levels. But for the moment, Padawan, enjoy the time, meditate, get into it, and you're going to absolutely crush it. I look forward to catching you in the next level.
Greetings, AI automators, and congratulations on hitting level 2 and leveling up to Padawan. You've now unlocked a full suite of synergetic apps, and I'm going to take you through step by step how to install them today. So come and visit your favorite community, AI Automations by Jack, and where you should be now is in the classroom section. So we have our level 2 Padawan. Right here is how to install your app. So before you get access and before you can actually install it, you need to have your unique code. So go here, request access code. It should be right below me. Click there, Padawan paper form, $1,600 worth of software, AI automations by the man himself. So fill out your details here, your email, test@aiautomations.com, your full name, and make sure it's your full name so I can DM you your unique code. And this is only available for all your level 2s and above. Pro tip, introduce yourself, and I think you'll get there pretty quick. I'm a trailblazer, so I click there, and then I click submit. Then your unique code, I will DM you on school, and then we're setting up an automation so that can email you as well. Great. Now you can actually go and pick the app, install it, and we'll get it running in Make. So head to step 1 here, browse the full suite of apps. Once I've got you your unique code, go here and browse all the apps they have available. I think there's like 37 different plugins, all with doing something unique. Pick the one that you need for your automation. The one that I'm going to pick today is Grok. Click, go to app, get access for 37 euros. No, you have your unique code. So go down here to installation. I'll move that beautiful man out of the way and click check your email link to install the app. Click right there. That'll take you for the installation page right here. Grok is on a mission to set standard for Gen AI intervention speed. Nice, like it. Click install. Then all you need to do, click my organization, click install, and you're good to go. I already prepared it earlier. Once that's done, we'll head over to Make. So head over to Make, go to make.com and click log in. This should get me straight in. Put your email, put your password in, and you're straight into Make. Now you want to create your scenario. So create a new scenario, and it should now, Grok, if you go into the search, once you've installed it, should now be available for you to select. Make an API call, you want to click this one here, and then you want to create a connection. So what it's going to do now is ask for two things, the API key and your app access code, which is your unique code. Let me go take mine. So super secret unique code, this one's mine. Put that into the app code, so that's only going to work for me in my email, and then the API key. So what we've done to try and keep it as simple as possible and to help you guys out is we've listed right here in this drop down, we have listed all of the apps that are available to you. So you can browse Exa, Grok, Motion, so on and so forth, and read a little bit about them and some of their key functionalities. But what's important for here is if you go here to the API key, boom, generate, it will take you through to where you generate the API key or the support page, which tells you step by step how to do it. Each app and plugin is going to be a little bit unique, so it might take a little bit of working, but I'll take you through Grok. And what we're going to do is create a Loom video to walk you through by app how to actually install it. But I'll do Grok just for now. Click log in, and I'm going to go into my account. I might pause it, log in, and then once you've created an account logged in, I'll hit you back up in a sec. Perfect. So we logged in, and this is where you're going to go. API keys, really simple. Create API key. I'm going to move me over here. Create API key. AI automations by Jack Roberts. Very nice. Submit. Call it whatever you want, and then you've got your API key right here. Click copy, and then click done. Click copy. That's created now, and then you want to copy and paste that. Boom into your API key. Click save. Fingers crossed. Creating a connection, and voila, we're good to go. And the similar process you're going to have to go through for each one of these apps. I hope that was useful. Enjoy all the apps. Download the ones you want.
I was watching some training videos on automating AI, and AI so much my eyes hurt. And now it's time to put something else on the YouTubes. See if we can find something on a spiritual.
I'm at the Grammys and Jay-Z comes to me. He says, Ice, you know I love you, right? I said, yeah. He says, well, you know, it's on the internet that you mad. I said, I'm not mad. They're bringing up all kind of interviews about it, and they asked me the story, and I told him the true story. And he goes, yeah, man, but there's no hard feelings. But I said, yo, well, you know, at the end of the day, with your 99 Problems, at the end of the record, you could have said, Ice. Right? Yeah. You could have given me a little dab or something. Want to hear the 99 Problems story? Yes, please. The whole thing. I'm in my house with Brother Marquise. I'm at my studio. So Marquise says to me, nigga, I'm sitting there all them nights in Magic City. That was the phrase that pays, man. Like, he's like, I missed that tag. Then out of nowhere, he goes, man, I got 99 Problems. A bitch ain't one. I said, what'd you just say? And he said, and I said, that's a song. So I made the song. You know, I got a hoe from the East. I got a hoe from the West. And then Marquise does a verse. That's it. Jay-Z remade the song. He changed the verses, but he even took the hit me, you know. So he did it. I'm at the Grammys and Jay-Z comes to me. He says, Ice, you know I love you, right? I said, yeah. He says, well, you know, it's on the internet that you mad. I said, I'm not mad. They're bringing up all kind of interviews about it, and they asked me the story, and I told him the true story. And he goes, yeah, man, but there's no hard
When you're an interim champion, they only make an interim champion when the champion cannot defend the belt. So for John Jones, he couldn't defend the belt because he tore his pec muscle. So the interim champion means he should be fighting the champion right off the bat. That's not the case with John Jones, right? Because John Jones is going to fight Stipe Miocic. So the interim champion is supposed to sit there and wait. But by law, once John Jones steps in the cage, he is stripped of his interim champion because the champion has returned. There is no longer for an interim champion. What is the point of having an interim champion when the champion is ready to fight? When you're an interim champion, they only make an interim champion when the champion cannot defend the belt. So for John Jones, he couldn't defend the belt because he tore his pec muscle. So the interim champion means he should be fighting the champion right off the bat. That's not the case with John Jones, right? Because John Jones is going to fight Stipe Miocic. So the interim champion
If you're seeing this video, it's your sign that you have a message inside you that is meant to reach a whole bunch of people. And my guess is if you're seeing this video, you have a message deep inside you that you're just waiting to get out. Well, what if I told you there's an event that is looking for speakers like you that already has an audience all over the world of 40 million?
In a forgotten corner of time, where the veils of mystery mingle with the whispers of the cosmos, lies an ancient manuscript, a clandestine treasure that stirs the latent power within every soul. Penned by the skilled hand of Prentice Mulford, this manuscript unveils the concealed secrets of mind and spirit, unfurling a tapestry of marvels and cosmic enigmas before us. Close your eyes and allow the narrative to whisk you away to a realm where thoughts take tangible form, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blur, and where your inherent power awaits discovery. Embark on a journey through the dimensions of consciousness, delving into the enchantment that resides deep within your essence. Prentice Mulford's words serve as a masterful key, unlocking gates to unexplored realms of boundless potential. Within this audiobook, immerse yourself in transformative teachings that will unveil the latent capacities lying dormant within you. Are you prepared to unleash your supreme power and transcend the confines of ordinary existence? The adventure beckons, and destiny awaits with open arms. Welcome to Your Supreme Power by Prentice Mulford. There exists a gospel older than Christianity, older than Buddhism, older than Brahmanism, older than the classical religions of Greece and Rome, older than the worship of idols and ancestors. This gospel has been preached in various forms and names, with different emphases on different aspects of its truth and applicability, preached to different conditions of civilization and to the different characteristics of the peoples to whom the message is addressed. Probably as old as the earliest traditions of civilized man, its preaching becomes a periodic necessity through the evolution and growth of civilization. It acts as an alternative medicine, a corrective to that inherent tendency which civilization has to drift imperceptibly towards artificiality, to substitute the letter for the spirit, the creed for life, the formula for the thing signified, habit for deliberate conscious action, the sung leitmotif for the vivifying principle, false imitation for something true. The gospel I refer to is the gospel of the return to nature. To every generation in the history of the world since man became civilized, the realization of this state has been the dream of a few idealists who saw it existing in the dim past of the world's history, in allegorical form, as the golden age sung by poets. If older than all religions, it occupies its place as an essential element of all in the early stages of existence. Jesus Christ struck the keynote in his preaching when he said to his disciples, "Suffer little children to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." And again when he said, "Except a man be born again as a little child, he cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven." The refrain of many of his commandments to his disciples was the adoption of what we should now call the simple life, so much talked about, but so little lived in the 20th century. Buddha expressed the same thought and put it into practice by renouncing his princely life to adopt the life of the wandering preacher and mendicant. The same truth was inculcated in China by Lao Tse, and again at a later period in France by Jean-Jacques Rousseau in his Social Contract and his discourse on the origin of inequality among men. "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," were the opening words of that inspiring message to the peoples of the earth. Man is born natural, and civilization makes him artificial. He is born in contact with nature and life, under the open sky and in the green fields. Civilization draws him to the courts and the cities. Man is born for freedom and equality. Civilization makes him a tyrant on one side or a slave on the other. The thought underlying this gospel, whether preached by Christ, by Lao Tse, now by Edward Carpenter in his Civilization, Its Cause and Cure Against the State, and again by his characters as preachers, is essentially the same. Because the scribes and Pharisees were hypocrites, for they had departed from the spirit to the letter, from nature to artificiality. What was the crime of the
already know how much money is in the concrete industry. Just $10,000 to $15,000 invested could net you $200,000 to $400,000.
Hello there, Aries, and welcome to your Timeless Oracle messages. I hope you're doing well. And Aries, we're going to be finding out what Spirit wants you to know when it comes to your current situation for Aries.
The upper left-hand corner, and then move your focus across the page from Welcome to the Reality Revolution. I am your host, Brian Scott, and I am beyond excited to read the 5th lesson in the 5 lessons. So far, we've had a wonderful time covering the 5 lessons. These altogether, to me, are better than The Feeling is the Secret. These together are the very essence and core of Neville's teachings on using your imagination to create reality. We began with Lesson 1, Consciousness is the only reality. Then we moved to Lesson 2, Assumptions harden into fact. Lesson 3 covered thinking 4th dimensionally, and Lesson 4 was no one to change but self. Now we move to Lesson 5, which is remain faithful to your idea. Each of these carry a number of different lessons in how you can use your imagination to create reality. These were delivered in 1948, and it appears that Neville did this several times. He would essentially just give a seminar over a 5-day period, each day covering one of the 5 lessons, and then take questions and answers, which we will get to separately. Each lesson had its own unique things, but also we sort of get the one place where Neville's talking about the state akin to sleep, something he really doesn't ever mention in his other lectures. When people talk about SATs a lot in relation to Neville, they're really referring to what is talked about in these 5 lessons. These carry biblical teachings as well as practical techniques. Lesson 5, remaining faithful to your idea. Tonight, we have the 5th and last lesson in this course. First, I shall give you a sort of summary. What has gone before? Then, since so many of you have asked me to elaborate further on Lesson 3, I shall give you a few more ideas on thinking 4th dimensionally. I know that when a man sees a thing clearly, he can tell it. He can explain it. This past winter in Barbados, a fisherman whose vocabulary would not encompass 1,000 words told me more in 5 minutes about the behavior of the dolphin than Shakespeare with his vast vocabulary could have told me, if he did not know the habits of the dolphin. This fisherman told me how the dolphin loves to play on a piece of driftwood, and in order to catch him, you throw the wood out and bait him as you would bait children, because he likes to pretend he is getting out of the water. As I said, this man's vocabulary was very limited, but he knew his fish, and he knew the sea because he knew his dolphin. He could tell me all about their habits and how to catch them. When you say you know a thing, but you cannot explain it, I say you do not know it, for when you really know it, you naturally express it. If I should ask now to define prayer and say to you, how would you, through prayer, go about realizing an objective, any objective? If you can tell me, then you know it. But if you cannot tell me, then you do not know it. When you see it clearly in the mind's eye, the greater you will inspire the words which are necessary to clothe the idea and express it beautifully. And you will express the idea far better than a man with a vast vocabulary who does not see it as clearly as you do. If you have listened carefully throughout the past 4 days, you know that the Bible has no reference at all to any persons that ever existed, or to any events that have ever occurred upon earth. The authors of the Bible were not writing history. They were writing a great drama of the mind, which they dressed up in the garb of history, and then adapted it to the limited capacity of the uncritical, unthinking masses. You know that every story in the Bible is your story, that when the writers introduce dozens of characters in the same story, they are trying to present you with different attributes of the mind that you may employ. You saw it as I took perhaps a dozen or more stories and interpreted them for you. For instance, many people wonder how Jesus, the most gracious, the most loving man in the world, if he be man, could say to his mother what he is supposed to have said to her, as recorded in the 2nd chapter of the Gospel of St. John. Jesus is made to say to his mother, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" John 2:4. You and I, who are not yet identified with the ideal we serve, would not make such a statement to our mother. Yet here was the embodiment of love saying to his mother, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" You are Jesus, and your mother is your own consciousness, for consciousness is the cause of all, therefore it is the great father-mother of all phenomena. You and I are creatures of habit. We get into the habit of accepting as final the evidence of our senses. Wine is needed for the guests, and my senses tell me there is no wine. And I, through habit, am about to accept this lack as final, when I remember that my consciousness is the one and only reality. Therefore, if I deny the evidence of my senses and assume the consciousness of having sufficient wine, I have in a sense rebuked my mother, or the consciousness which suggested lack, and by assuming the consciousness of having what I desire for my guests, wine is produced in a way we do not know. I have just read a note here from a dear friend of mine in the audience. Last Sunday he had an appointment at a church for a wedding. The clock told him he was late. Everything told him he was late. He was standing on a street corner waiting for a streetcar. There was none in sight. He imagined that instead of being on the street corner, that he was in the church. At that moment a car stopped in front of him. My friend told the driver of his predicament, and the driver said to him, "I'm not going that way, but I will take you there." My friend got into the car and was at the church in time for the service. That is applying the law correctly. Non-acceptance of the suggestion of lateness. Never accept the suggestion of lack. In this case, I say to myself, what have I to do with thee? What have I to do with the evidence of my senses? Bring me all the pots and fill them. In other words, I assume that I have wine and all that I desire. Then my dimensionally greater self inspires in all the thoughts and actions which aid the embodiment of my assumption. It is not a man saying to a mother, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" It is every man who knows this law who will say to himself, when his senses suggest lack, "What have I to do with thee? Get behind me." I will never again listen to a voice like that, because if I do, then I am impregnated by that suggestion, and I will bear the fruit of lack. We turn to another story in the Gospel of St. Mark, where Jesus is hungry. And seeing a fig tree afar off having leaves, he came, if haply he might find anything thereon. And when he came to it, he found nothing but leaves, for the time of figs was not yet. And Jesus answered and said unto it, "No man eat fruit of thee hereafter forever." And his disciples heard it. Mark 11:13. And in the morning as they passed by, they saw the fig tree dried up from the roots. Mark 11:20. What tree am I blasting? Not a tree on the outside, it is my own consciousness. I am the vine. John 15:1. My consciousness, my I amness, is the great tree, and habit once more suggests emptiness. It suggests barrenness. It suggests 4 months before I can feast, but I cannot wait 4 months. I give myself this powerful suggestion that never again will I, even for a moment, relieve that it will take 4 months to realize my desire. The belief in lack must from this day on be barren and never again reproduce itself in my mind. It is not a man blasting a tree. Everything in the Bible takes place in the mind of man. The tree, the city, the people, everything. There is not a statement made in the Bible that does not represent some attribute of the human mind. They're all personifications of the mind and not things within the world. Consciousness is the one and only reality. There is no one to whom we can turn after we discover that our own awareness is God. For God is the cause of all, and there is nothing but God. You cannot say that a devil causes some things and God others. Listen to these words. Thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue nations before him, and I will loose the loins of kings, to open before him the two-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before thee, and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass, and cut in sunder the bars of iron. And I will give thee the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places, that thou mayest know that I, the Lord, which call thee by thy name, am the God of Israel. Isaiah 45:1. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Isaiah 45:7. I have made the earth and created man upon it. I, even my hands, have stretched out the heavens, and all their host have I commanded. I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will direct all his ways. He shall build my city, and he shall let go my captives, not for price nor reward, saith the Lord of hosts. Isaiah 45:12. I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God beside me. Isaiah 45:5. Read these words carefully. They are not my words. They are the inspired words of men who discovered that consciousness is the only reality. If I am hurt, I am self-hurt. If there is darkness in my world, I created the darkness and the gloom and the depression. If there is light and joy, I created the light and the joy. There is no one but this I amness that does all. You cannot find a cause outside of your own consciousness. Your world is a grand mirror constantly telling you who you are. As you meet people, they tell you by their behavior who you are. Your prayers will not be less devout because you turn to your own consciousness for help. I do not think that any person in prayer feels more of the joy, the piety, and the feeling of adoration than I do when I feel thankful, as I assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, knowing at the same time it is myself that I have turned. In prayer, you are called upon to believe that you possess what your reason and your senses deny. When you pray, believe that you have and you shall receive. The Bible states it this way. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe ye receive them, and ye shall have them. And when ye stand praying, forgive, if ye have aught against any, that your Father also which is in heaven may forgive you your trespasses. But if ye do not forgive, neither will your Father which is in heaven forgive your trespasses. Mark 11:24. That is what we must do when we pray. If I hold something against another, be it a belief of sickness, poverty, or anything else, I must loose it and let it go, not by using words of denial, but by believing him to be what he desires to be. In that way, I completely forgive him. I changed my concept of him. I had aught against him, and I forgave him. Complete forgetfulness is forgiveness. If I do not forget, then I have not forgiven. I only forgive something when I truly forget. I can say to you until the end of time, I forgive you, but if every time I see or think of you, I'm reminded of what I held against you, I have not forgiven you at all. Forgiveness is complete forgetfulness. You go to a doctor and he gives you something for your sickness. He is trying to take it from you, so he gives you something in place of it. Give yourself a new concept of self. For the old concept, give up the old concept completely. A prayer granted implies that something is done in consequence of the prayer, which otherwise would not have been done. Therefore, I myself am the spring of action, the directing mind, and the one who grants the prayer. Anyone who prays successfully turns within and appropriates the state sought. You have no sacrifice to offer. Do not let anyone tell you that you must struggle and suffer. You need not struggle for the realization of your desire. Read what it says in the Bible. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices? Unto me, saith the Lord, I am full of the burnt offerings of rams, and the fat of fed breasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks, or of lambs, or of he-goats, when ye come to appear before me. Who hath required that at your hand to tread my courts? Bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot endure iniquity in solemn assembly. Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hates. They have become a burden to me. I am weary of bearing them. Isaiah 1:11. Ye shall have a song as in the night when a holy solemnity is kept, and gladness of heart as when one goeth with a pipe to come into the mountain of the Lord, to the mighty one of Israel. Isaiah 30:29. Sing unto the Lord a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth. Isaiah 42:10. Sing, O ye heavens, for the Lord hath done it. Shout, ye lower parts of the earth, break forth into singing. Ye mountains, O forest, and every tree therein, for the Lord hath redeemed Jacob, and glorified himself in Israel. Isaiah 44:23. Therefore, the redeemed of the Lord shall return and come with singing unto Zion, and everlasting joy shall be upon their head. They shall obtain gladness and joy and sorrow, and mourning shall flee away. Isaiah 51:11. The only acceptable gift is a joyful heart. Come with singing and praise. That is the way to come before the Lord, your own consciousness. Assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, and you have brought the only acceptable gift. All states of mind other than that of the wish fulfilled are an abomination. They are superstition and mean nothing. When you come before me, rejoice, because rejoicing implies that something has happened which you desired. Come before me singing, giving praise, and giving thanks, for these states of mind imply acceptance of the state sought. Put yourself in the proper mood, and your own consciousness will embody it. If I could define prayer for anyone and put it just as clearly as I could, I would simply say it is the feeling of the wish fulfilled. If you ask, what do you mean by that? I would say, I would feel myself into the situation of the answered prayer, and then I would live and act upon that conviction. I would try to sustain it without effort. That is, I would live and act as though it were already a fact, knowing that as I walk in this fixed attitude, my assumption will harden into fact. Time does not permit me to go any further into the argument that the Bible is not history. But if you have listened attentively to my message these past 4 nights, I do not think you want any more proof that the Bible is not history. Apply what you have heard, and you will realize your desires. And now I have told you before it come to pass, that when it is come to pass, ye might believe. John 14:29. Many persons, myself included, have observed events before they occurred. That is, before they occurred in this world of 3 dimensions. Since man can observe an event before it occurs in the 3 dimensions of space, then life on earth proceeds according to plan. And this plan must exist elsewhere in another dimension and is slowly moving through our space. If the occurring events were not in this world when they were observed, then, to be perfectly logical, they must have been out of this world, and whatever is there to be seen before it occurs here must be predetermined, from the point of view of man awake in a 3-dimensional world. Yet the ancient teachers taught us that we could alter the future, and my own experience confirms the truth of their teaching. Therefore, my object in giving this course is to indicate possibilities inherent in man, to show that man can alter his future, but thus altered it forms again a deterministic sequence starting from the point of inference, a future that will be consistent with the alteration. The most remarkable feature of man's future is its flexibility. The future, although prepared in advance in every detail, has several outcomes. We have at every moment of our lives the choice before us, which of several futures we will have. There are 2 actual outlooks in the world possessed by everyone, a natural focus and a spiritual focus. The ancient teachers called the one the carnal mind, and the other the mind of Christ. We may differentiate them as ordinary waking consciousness governed by our senses and a controlled imagination governed by desire. We recognize these 2 distinct centers of thought in the statement, the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him, neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. 1 Corinthians 2:14. The natural view confines reality to the moment called now. To the natural view, the past and future are purely imaginary. The spiritual view, on the other hand, sees the contents of time. The past and future are present whole to the spiritual view. What is mental and subjective to the natural man is concrete and objective to the spiritual man. The habit of seeing only that which our senses permit renders us totally blind to what otherwise we could see. To cultivate the faculty of seeing the invisible, we should often deliberately disentangle our minds from the evidence of the senses, focus our attention on an invisible state, mentally feeling it and sensing it until it has all the distinctness of reality. Earnest, concentrated thought focused in a particular direction shuts out other sensations and causes them to disappear. We have only to concentrate on the state desired in order to see it. The habit of withdrawing attention from the region of sensation and concentrating it on the invisible develops our spiritual outlook and enables us to penetrate beyond the world of sense and to see that which is invisible. For the invisible things of Him from the creation of the world are clearly seen. Romans 1:20. This vision is completely independent of the natural faculties. Open it and quicken it. A little practice will convince us that we can, by controlling our imagination, reshape our future in harmony with our desire. Desire is the mainspring of action. We could not move a single finger unless we had a desire to move it. No matter what we do, we follow the desire which at the moment dominates our minds. When we break a habit, our desire to break it is greater than our desire to continue the habit. The desires which impel us to action are those which hold our attention. A desire is but an awareness of something we lack and need to make our life more enjoyable. Desires always have some personal gain in view. The greater the anticipated gain, the more intense is the desire. There is no absolutely unselfish desire. Where there is nothing to gain, there is no desire, and consequently no action. The spiritual man speaks to the natural man through the language of desire. The key to progress in life and to the fulfillment of dreams lies in ready obedience to its voice. Unhesitating obedience to its voice is an immediate assumption of the wish fulfilled. To desire a state is to have it. As Pascal has said, "You would not have sought me had you not already found me." Man, by assuming the feeling of his wish fulfilled and then living and acting on this conviction, alters the future in harmony with his assumption. Assumptions awaken what they affirm. As soon as man assumes the feeling of his wish fulfilled, his fourth dimensional self finds ways for the attainment of this end, discovers methods for its realization. I know of no clearer definition of the means by which we realize our desires than to experience in the imagination what we would experience in the flesh were we to achieve our goal. This imaginary experience of the end with acceptance wills the means. The fourth dimensional self then constructs with its larger outlook the means necessary to realize the accepted end. The undisciplined mind finds it difficult to assume a state which is denied by the senses. But here is a technique that makes it easy to call things which are not seen as though they were. That is, to encounter an event before it occurs. People have a habit of slighting the importance of simple things, but this simple formula for changing the future was discovered after years of searching and experimenting. The first step in changing the future is desire. That is, define your objective. Know definitely what you want. Secondly, construct an event which you believe you would encounter following the fulfillment of your desire. An event which implies fulfillment of your desire, something which will have the action of self predominant. Thirdly, immobilize the physical body and induce a condition akin to sleep by imagining that you're sleeping. Lie on a bed or relax in a chair. Then, with eyelids closed and your attention focused on the action you intend to experience in imagination, mentally feel yourself right into the proposed action, imagining all the while that you are actually performing the action here and now. You must always participate in the imaginary action, not merely stand back and look on, but feel that you're actually performing the action so that the imaginary sensation is real to you. It is important always to remember that the proposed action must be one which follows the fulfillment of your desire. Also, you must feel yourself into the action until it has all the vividness and distinctness of reality. For example, suppose you desire promotion in your office. Being congratulated would be an event you would encounter following the fulfillment of your desire. Having selected this action as the one you will experience in imagination, immobilize the physical body and induce a state akin to sleep. A drowsy state, but one in which you are still able to control the direction of your thoughts. A state in which you are attentive without effort. Then visualize a friend standing before you. Put your imaginary hand into his, feel it to be solid and real, and carry on an imaginary conversation with him in harmony with the action. You do not visualize yourself at a distance in point of space and at a distance in point of time being congratulated on your good fortune. Instead, you make elsewhere here and the future now. The future event is a reality now in a dimensionally larger world, and oddly enough, now in a dimensionally larger world is equivalent to here in the ordinary three-dimensional space of everyday life. The difference between feeling yourself in action here and now and visualizing yourself in action as though you were on a motion picture screen is the difference between success and failure. The difference will be appreciated if you will now visualize yourself climbing a ladder. Then, with eyelids closed, imagine that a ladder is right in front of you and feel yourself actually climbing it. Desire physical immobility bordering on sleep, an imaginary action in which self-feelingly predominates here and now, are not only important factors in altering the future, but they are also essential conditions in consciously projecting the spiritual self. When the physical body is immobilized and we become possessed of the idea to do something, if we imagine that we are doing it here and now and keep the imaginary action feelingly going right up until sleep ensues, we are likely to awaken out of the physical body to find ourselves in a dimensionally larger world with a dimensionally larger focus and actually doing what we desired and imagined we were doing in the flesh. But whether we awaken there or not, we are actually performing the action in the fourth dimensional world and will in the future reenact it here in the three-dimensional world. Experience has taught me to restrict the imaginary action to condense the idea which is to be the object of our meditation into a single act, and to reenact it over and over again until it has the feeling of reality. Otherwise, the attention will wander off along an associated track, and hosts of associated images will be presented to our attention, and in a few seconds they will lead us hundreds of miles away from our objective in point of space and years away in point of time. If we decide to climb a particular flight of stairs, because that is the likely event to follow the realization of our desire, then we must restrict the action to climbing that particular flight of stairs. Should the attention wander off, bring it back to its task of climbing that flight of stairs, and keep on doing so until the imaginary action has all the solidity and distinctness of reality. The idea must be maintained in the field of presentation without any sensible effort on our part. We must, with the minimum of effort, permeate the mind with the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Drowsiness facilitates change because it favors attention without effort, but it must not be pushed to the state of sleep, in which we shall no longer be able to control the movements of our attention, but a moderate degree of drowsiness in which we're still able to direct our thoughts. A most effective way to embody a desire is to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and then in a relaxed and sleepy state, repeat over and over again, like a lullaby, any short phrase which implies fulfillment of your desire, such as "thank you, thank you, thank you," until the single sensation of thankfulness dominates the mind. Speak these words as though you addressed a higher power for having done it for you. If, however, we seek a conscious projection in a dimensionally larger world, then we must keep the action going right up until sleep ensues. Experience in imagination with all the distinctness of reality what would be experienced in the flesh, were we to achieve our goal, and we shall in time meet in the flesh as we met it in our imagination. Feed the mind with premises, that is, assertions presumed to be true, because assumptions, though false, if persisted in until they have the feeling of reality, will harden into fact. To an assumption, all means which promote its realization are good. It influences the behavior of all by inspiring in all the movements, the actions, and the words which tend towards its fulfillment. To understand how man molds his future in harmony with his assumption, by simply experiencing in his imagination what he would experience in reality were he to realize his goal. We must know what we mean by a dimensionally larger world, for it is to a dimensionally larger world that we go to alter our future. The observation of an event before it occurs implies that the event is predetermined from the point of view of a man in a three-dimensional world. Therefore, to change the conditions here in the 3 dimensions of space, we must first change them in the 4 dimensions of space. Man does not know exactly what is meant by a dimensionally larger world, and would no doubt deny the existence of a dimensionally larger self. He is quite familiar with the 3 dimensions of length, width, and height, and he feels that if there were a 4th dimension, it should be just as obvious to him as the dimensions of length, width, and height. Now, a dimension is not a line. It is any way in which a thing can be measured that is entirely different from all other ways. That is to measure a solid 4th dimensionally. We simply measure it in any direction except that of its length, width, and height. Now, is there another way of measuring an object other than those of its length, width, and height? Time measures my life without employing the 3 dimensions of length, width, and height. There is no such thing as an instantaneous object. Its appearance and disappearance are measurable. It endures for a definite length of time. We can measure its lifespan without using the dimensions of length, width, and height. Time is definitely a 4th way of measuring an object. The more dimensions an object has, the more substantial and real it becomes. A straight line which lies entirely in one dimension acquires shape, mass, and substance by the addition of dimensions. What new quality would time, the 4th dimension, give, which would make it just as vastly superior to solids as solids are to surfaces and surfaces are to lines? Time is a medium for changes in experience, for all changes take time. The new quality is changeability. Observe that if we bisect a solid, its cross-section will be a surface. By bisecting a surface, we obtain a line, and by bisecting a line, we get a point. This means that a point is but a cross-section of a line, which is in turn but a cross-section of a surface, which is in turn but a cross-section of a solid, which is in turn, if carried to its logical conclusion, but a cross-section of a 4-dimensional object. We cannot avoid the inference that all 3-dimensional objects are but cross-sections of 4-dimensional bodies, which means when I meet you, I meet a cross-section of the 4th-dimensional you, the 4-dimensional self that is not seen. To see the 4-dimensional self, I must see every cross-section of moment of your life from birth to death, and see them all as coexisting. My focus should take in the entire array of sensory impressions which you have experienced on Earth, plus those you might encounter. I should see them not in the order in which they were experienced by you, but as a present whole. Because change is the characteristic of the 4th dimension, I should see them in a state of flux, as a living, animated whole. Now, if we have all this clearly fixed in our minds, what does it mean to us in this 3-dimensional world? It means that if we can move along time's length, we can see the future and alter it if we so desire. This world, which we think is so solidly real, is a shadow out of which and beyond which we may at any time pass. It is an abstraction from a more fundamental and dimensionally larger world. A more fundamental world abstracted from a still more fundamental and dimensionally larger world, and so on to infinity. For the absolute is unattainable by any means or analysis, no matter how many dimensions we add to the world. Man can prove the existence of a dimensionally larger world by simply focusing his attention on an invisible state and imagining that he sees and feels it. If he remains concentrated in this state, his present environment will pass away, and he will awaken in a dimensionally larger world where the object of his contemplation will be seen as a concrete objective reality. I feel intuitively that were he to abstract his thoughts from this dimensionally larger world and retreat still farther within his mind, he would again bring about an externalization of time. He would discover that every time he retreats into his inner mind and brings about an externalization of time, space becomes dimensionally larger, and he would therefore conclude that both time and space are are serial, and that the drama of life is but the climbing of a multitudinous dimensional time block. Scientists will one day explain why there is a serial universe, but in practice, how we use this serial universe to change the future is more important. To change the future, we need only concern ourselves with two worlds in the infinite series: the world we know by our reason of our bodily organs, and the world we perceive independently of our bodily organs. I have stated that man has, at every moment of time, the choice before him, which of several futures he will have. But the question arises, how is this possible when the experiences of man awake in the three-dimensional world are predetermined, as his observation of an event before it occurs implies? This ability to change the future will be seen if we liken the experiences of life on Earth to this printed page. Man experiences events on Earth singly and successively in the same way that you are now experiencing the words of this page. Imagine that every word on this page represents a single sensory impression. To get the context to understand my meaning, you focus your vision on the first word in the upper left-hand corner, and then move your focus across the page from left to right, letting it all fall on the words singly and successively. By the time your eyes reach the last word on this page, you've extracted my meaning. But suppose on looking at the page, with all the printed words thereon equally present, you decided to rearrange them. You could, by rearranging them, tell an entirely different story. In fact, you could tell many different stories. A dream is nothing more than uncontrolled four-dimensional thinking, or the rearrangement of both past and future sensory impressions. Man seldom dreams of events in the order in which he experienced them when awake. He usually dreams of two or more events which are separated in time, fused into a single sensory impression, or else he so completely rearranges his single waking sensory impressions that he does not recognize them when he encounters them in the waking state. For example, I dreamed that I delivered a package to the restaurant in my apartment building. The hostess said to me, "You can't leave that there," whereupon the elevator operator gave me a few letters, and as I thanked him for them, he in turn thanked me. At this point, the night elevator operator appeared and waved a greeting to me. The following day, as I left my apartment, I picked up a few letters which had been placed at my door. On my way down, I gave the day elevator operator a tip and thanked him for taking care of my mail, whereupon he thanked me for the tip. On my return home that day, I overheard a doorman say to a delivery man, "You can't leave that there." As I was about to take the elevator up to my apartment, I was attracted by a familiar face in the restaurant, and as I looked in, the hostess greeted me with a smile. That night, I escorted my dinner guests to the elevator, and as I said goodbye to them, the night operator waved good night to me. By simply rearranging a few of the single sensory impressions I was destined to encounter, and by fusing two or more of them into a single sensory impression, I constructed a dream which differed quite a bit from my waking experience. When we have learned to control the movements of our attention in the four-dimensional world, we shall be able to consciously create circumstances in the three-dimensional world. We learn this control through the waking dream, where our attention can be maintained without effort. For attention minus effort is indispensable in changing the future. We can, in a controlled waking dream, consciously construct an event which we desire to experience in the three-dimensional world. The sensory impressions we use to construct our waking dream are present realities displaced in time or the four-dimensional world. All that we do in constructing the waking dream is to select from the vast array of sensory impressions those which, when they are properly arranged, imply that we have realized our desire. With the dream clearly defined, we relax in a chair and induce a state of consciousness akin to sleep, a state which, although bordering on sleep, leaves us in conscious control of the movements of our attention. Then we experience in imagination what we would experience in reality were this waking dream an objective fact. In applying this technique to changing the future, it is important always to remember that the only thing which occupies the mind during the waking dream is the waking dream, the predetermined action and sensation which implies the fulfillment of our desire. How the waking dream becomes physical fact is not our concern. Our acceptance of the waking dream as physical reality wills the means for its fulfillment. Let me again lay the foundation of prayer, which is nothing more than a controlled waking dream. 1. Define your objective. Know definitely what you want. 2. Construct an event which you believe you will encounter following the fulfillment of your desire, something which will have the action of self-predominant, an event which implies the fulfillment of your desire. 3. Immobilize the physical body and induce a state of consciousness akin to sleep. Then mentally feel yourself right into the proposed action until the single sensation of fulfillment dominates the mind, imagining all the while that you are actually performing the action here and now, so that you experience in imagination what you would experience in the flesh were you now to realize your goal. Experience has convinced me that this is the easiest way to achieve our goal. However, my own many failures would convince me were I to imply that I have completely mastered the movements of my attention, but I can, with the ancient teachers, say, this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching forth unto those things which are before, I press toward the mark for the prize. Philippians 3:13. Again, I want to remind you that the responsibility to make what you have done real in this world is not on your shoulders. Do not be concerned with the how. You have assumed that it is done. The assumption has its own way of objectifying itself. All responsibility to make it so is removed from you. There's a little statement in the book of Exodus which bears this out. Millions of people who have read it or who have had it mentioned to them throughout the centuries have completely misunderstood it. It is said, steep not a kid in its mother's milk. King James Version, thou shalt not see the kid in his mother's milk. Exodus 23:19. Unnumbered millions of people misunderstanding this statement to this very day in the enlightened age of 1948 will not eat any dairy products with a meat dish. It is just not done. They think the Bible is history. And when it says, steep not a kid in its mother's milk, milk and the products of milk, butter, and cheese, they will not take at the same time they take the kid or any kind of meat. In fact, they even have separate dishes with which to cook their meat. But you are now about to apply it psychologically. You've done your meditation. You've assumed that you are what you want to be. Consciousness is God. Your attention is like the very stream of life or milk itself that nurses and makes alive that which holds your attention. In other words, what holds your attention has your life. Throughout the centuries, a kid has been used as the symbol of sacrifice. You have given birth to everything in your world, but there are things that you no longer wish to keep alive. Although you have mothered and fathered them, you are a jealous father that can easily consume, like Cronus, his children. It is your right to consume what formerly you expressed when you did not know better. Now you're detached in consciousness from that former state. It was your kid, it was your child. You embodied and expressed it in your world. But now that you have assumed that you are what you want to be, do not look back on your former state and wonder how it will disappear from your world. Or you look back and give attention to it. You are steeping once more that kid in its mother's milk. Do not say to yourself, I wonder if I'm really detached from that state, or I wonder if so-and-so is true. Give all your attention to the assumption that the thing is so, because all responsibility to make it so is completely removed from your shoulders. You do not have to make it so. It is so. You appropriate what is already fact, and you walk in the assumption that it is, and in a way that you do not know. I do not know. No man knows. It becomes objectified in your world. Do not be concerned with the how, and do not look back on your former state. No man, having put his hand to the plow and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God. Luke 9:62. Simply assume that it is done, and suspend reason, suspend all the arguments of the conscious three-dimensional mind. Your desire is outside of the reach of the three-dimensional mind. Assume you are that which you wish to be. Walk as though you were it, and as you remain faithful to your assumption, it will harden into fact. Let's talk about this fifth lesson, and talk about these 5 lessons as a whole, and what have we learned. First of all, I want to say it's been an incredible joy to read not only these 5 lessons, but the 350 some odd lectures of Neville Goddard over these many years. I've learned a lot, and it's been an incredible journey in sharing these with you. When I started my channel, it was never my intention to become a Neville Goddard channel. In fact, I really hadn't read very much Neville Goddard when I started my channel. So, much to my surprise, I've spent every week special time with you on these Mondays discussing and reading Neville Goddard. I don't know how many more that I'm going to do, but this may be the last for a while. We still have one more section that we're going to discuss, which is the question and answer session that came with these 5 lessons. After we go over these 5 lessons and the question and answers, I may move on to some other teachings that are related to Neville, but not necessarily Neville lectures. Now let's talk about what we can find in this lecture. Now, first of all, this is the first time in all the lectures I've read where he talks about climbing the ladder. I know a very popular thing that people talk about is that Neville taught about climbing the ladder and then telling yourself, I'm not going to climb a ladder, which I never had actually believed was true, because Neville has never told us to tell ourselves not to do something, but we do get a reference to climbing a ladder, which I get that. So that may still be a possibility. But there's some things we can get from these lessons, and this in particular, and they may be a little bit repetitive from what we've said before, but we must continue to remind ourselves of these lessons. First, that consciousness is the only reality. The world is a mirror reflecting our inner states. And second, the Bible is not history, but a great psychological drama representing different attributes and states of the human mind. Third, real prayer is simply the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You feel yourself into the state of your answered prayer, and you live from that conviction. And fourth, time is fourth dimension. By using imagination, we can change future events. Fifth, our future is flexible. It is not predetermined. At every moment, we have the choice of which future we select by the state we assume. While the words may all be on the page, we can rearrange those words however we wish. Sixth, an effective technique is to define your aim, construct an event, implying fulfillment, relax into a sleepy state, and imagine the desired state fulfilled until it feels real. And then you just repeat that daily. And seventh, trust in the process. You do not need to figure out the how. Your assumption will harden into fact. Remain faithful to the assumption, and it will objectify itself. There's a lot more that we can take from Neville, and he's given us many different techniques. He's emphasizing the best way to do this is in a state akin to sleep or prior to sleep. He's repeated this message over and over 350 different lectures. I think we've covered this extensively, and we fully have embraced and understand the view that Neville has taught us. Nobody has a secret technique that Neville taught. There's nothing secret about this. There's no hidden technique that's existing somewhere in some lecture or book. It's all been openly discussed, and you'll find thousands of Neville videos on YouTube, and many of them are talking about the same thing. It's not a complicated science. It's not difficult. Neville has liberated the Bible for me and has empowered my view of the world and who I am. And that is the key essence I take from these teachings. I hope that you have found something that has empowered you. And if I were you, I would go back to the first Neville Goddard video that I read. I'm going to tell you a little secret. I did not read these in order. I felt like Neville was with me when I read these lectures. Neville would correct me when I would say something wrong, and he inspired me to read certain lectures. And so oftentimes I felt like I was reading the perfect lecture at the perfect time for where we were at in our consciousness together as a group. And so I recommend going back and listening to these in order. You will discover many new things, many new wonderful teachings that come out of these. If you have a suggestion for a lecture that I've missed that we should read that adds to our discussion of Neville, then please send it to me. I'm not saying this is the last one, but but as far as I can see, this may be the last one. I never say never. In any case, it's been an amazing joy to read these lectures and to share these with you. And thank you so much for sticking with me through all these lectures and books. You can find all episodes of The Reality Revolution at therealityrevolution.com. And welcome to The Reality Revolution.
It's so easy to get your windshield replaced using SafeLight. Tell the people why you haven't done it.
It started off as a chip and it just keeps going.
So what do we do now?
I've scheduled an appointment at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight repair.
SafeLight replace.
Yes!
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
Christ by Lao Tse, now by Edward Carpenter in his Civilization, Its Cause and Cure Against the State, and again by his characters as preachers, is essentially the same. Because the scribes and Pharisees were hypocrites, for they had departed from the spirit to the letter, from nature to artificiality. What was the crime of the French monarchy which encouraged and perpetuated unnatural conditions and artificial restrictions which froze the lifeblood of the French people? What were the defects that MoveForce claimed to see in American civilization, if not those directly resulting from the rapid growth of luxuries and supposed advantages that civilization and commercial development bring with them, as well as from the neglect of the forces inherent in nature itself, without which the lifeblood of a nation becomes polluted and impoverished necessarily? You are lucky, writes Pretense very strongly, if you love trees and especially the wild ones that grow where the great creative force has placed them and which are independent of human care, for all things that we call wild or natural are closer to the infinite spirit than those that have been enslaved, artificialized, and hampered by man. Being closer to the infinite, they have the force and the most perfect infinite thoughts. That is why when one is in the midst of wild nature, where every sign of man's works has been erased, one feels an indescribable joy and freedom that is realized nowhere else. This phrase seems to indicate an important note of all these movements of return to nature at any period of world history where they have taken place. It is particularly worthy of mention the fact that to every such movement there has followed a great uplift of the vital forces of the nation or nations to whom it has been preached. It acts upon the generation which hears its preaching as the spring winds act upon the sap of trees in winter. These are the great renewals that flow from this preaching, releasing the pent-up energies of the human race, and thus giving birth to the great epochs of history. Christianity was the result of one of these great movements. The French Revolution was the result of another. The Gospel of Joshua was not preached solely to the French nation. It was preached in France, yes, but also to humanity at large. The fact that it was heeded more by many nations outside of France is more than half the explanation of Napoleon's triumphs. The heir of the new French democracy, in the early days of its triumph, Napoleon came to the peoples of other European countries, both in appearance as a liberator and as a conqueror. Soldiers who fought in armies against him had heard the message of liberty and equality and were not in the mood to face his conquering arm. The gospel, according to John Yahoo, was this invigorating force, like a tonic breeze from the sea, like a sip of champagne. It was both invigorating and intoxicating for its listeners. Pretense was truly right. The gospel of nature, wherever it is preached, made man feel an indescribable joy and freedom. Where Mulford differed was in a clearer, more spiritual form, what truly meant the return to nature. It meant once again coming into contact with the infinite force and spirits expressed by all natural things. This spirit of nature and this force of infinite spirit were emitted, according to him, by every tree, bird, or wild animal. It was a literal element and force that went from man to tree and living creature. If one loved nature and trees, declared Mulford, one would find that they responded to such love. You are fortunate, said Mulford, when you manage to have a living, tender, and sincere love for wild trees, animals, and birds, and recognize that they all come from and are built with the same intelligence and spirit as yours, and that they can also offer you something very precious in return for the love you give them. The wild tree is not insensible or neglectful of such affection. This love is not a myth or a mere sentiment. It is a literal element and force that goes from you to the tree. The spirit of the tree feels it. You represent a part and belonging of the infinite spirit. The tree represents another part and belonging of the infinite spirit. It has its share of life, thought, and intelligence. You have a much larger share that must become even greater, and then even greater. And again, as the Great Spirit made all things, is not that intelligence and wisdom omnipresent in all things? Then, if we love the trees, rocks, and all things as the infinite made them, will they not give us, in response to our love, each of their singular thoughts and wisdom? Will we not approach God through love for these expressions of God in rocks and trees, birds and animals? The poets have told us the same story. Sir Walter Scott did, for example, in his magnificent verses of The Death of the Last Minstrel. Do not call it vain. They are not mistaken, those who say that when the poet dies, silent nature weeps for his worshipper and celebrates his funeral. Those who say that the mute rock and the solitary cavern loudly moan the departed, and the rivers teach their abundant wave, to murmur laments over his grave. He also understood communion with nature, as shown by many of his verses, especially his verses on the vision of the daffodils. The sight of the daffodils dancing by the lake was for him like the midnight dance of fairies or elves in the garden, an instinct with conscious vitality and the impulse of contagious movement. This image of the daffodils' pleasure in their own life and beauty automatically reminded the poet's mind and invited him to join them in their fairy festivities. No poet could have expressed the state of mind of communion with nature in lines of greater happiness. They are certainly well known, but for the nature lover, one could quote again and again the poet who exclaims, "I looked and looked, but I did not think of the joy the sight brought me." But often, when I lie in my bed, in quiet or in a meditative state of mind, reflected in that inner eye that is the happiness of solitude, and then my heart is filled with pleasure and dances with the daffodils. Other poets have expressed the same feeling of communion with nature in different forms and degrees of intensity. A lesser-known poet of our time claimed poetry as the spokesperson for nature and condemned its abandonment as a refusal to come into contact with the myriad voices of nature through means more articulate to his disposal. Take, for example, the following verses. "If you despise the sacred muse, beware that nature, remembering the past, indignant at this crime, does not deny you entry to her audience. Beware, lest the sea and sky, and all that reflects her face be blotted out by a dull cloak of unilluminated commonplaces, desolate hour, as will happen when the dew and sunlight, rain and wind no longer seem to you than trivial things, unloved, unheard, unexperienced. Better let this morning find your soul melted, expired and gone, than in a living death, resigned to continue to work so obscurely." We see that poets in abundance have expressed this feeling and have even expressed it as Sir Walter Scott did, in the form of belief. In the conscious life of nature, poets live in a world of fantasy and imagination. We do not take their statements literally. It's different when we encounter a man who writes essays that he wants us to take as a guide in life. In his wildest flights, he hopes to be taken as if he intended to convey the full force of what he says in any spiritual sense. Scott's verses cannot be said what the great Earl of Chad said in a very different context, namely that, although they are poetry, they are not fiction. One feels that Scott expressed a poetic state of mind whose literal truth would never dream of spreading on the table. Pretend very strongly, on the other hand, preach this doctrine as a real truth to be accepted and put into practice. It must become the foundation upon which to erect a practical manual on the subject of how to live more intensely, how to be more alive in summary. As he preached his gospel, he echoed, in other words, the message proclaimed by the founder of Christianity: "I have come that they may have life, and have it abundantly." For Mulford, every man is an unconscious psychometer. The